Of course I hit cut instead of okay, yeah. Sorry, things are a little scuffed. I don't know how to use VTube Studio on my phone. I've had it on my phone for a while. I've like never used it, and I only have an Android phone. I'll send a pic, maybe. Actually, I don't know how I'm gonna take a picture of my phone, but I was like, oh shit, what do I use to set up my phone to record this? And I was like, oh, I still have more boxes of 357 Magnum ammo. Let's stack up 3, and that's a new phone holder. And that's what I'm using right now. So this is gonna be a little scuffed. We'll see how it goes. My microphone is in an odd spot as well. And I've got an overhead light that I've got like 2 things on booms crossing over each other, so things are a little fucky wucky today. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. I'm gonna have yandere eyes like the entire time. I think the camera is cutting off a little bit here because I had it set up. I don't know, it's about right. Here's our Zaku 2. It's really big. It's a pretty big box. It's a 1/100, and 1/100s tend to have pretty sizable parts. Yeah, and I'm not wearing gloves. I can't do anything with gloves except I've got a finger from a glove on my thumb, since we're going to be cutting our thumbs up if we don't have that. Gripper stream. Feet Man almost got a treat. I took a picture of the kit for the tweet, and I had written the tweet and was about to send it, and then I realized you could see my feet. I'm like, nope, not letting Feet Man have that. And then I've got some pretty harsh lighting here because this camera, if I turn off this light, and I got some natural light coming in, but it's a cloudy day outside. My window is right here, right there. But you'll see that if we turn off the light, we get some really fuzzy stuff because the exposure is going on. And I'm gonna leave this light on, so you're gonna get a good bit of glare, but we'll deal with it. And for tools, I got some pretty good tools. So your standard nippers, got some iFixit ESD safe tweezers. Then here we have a pair of, I don't know if you could see it, smooth jawed, which is great. Smooth jawed forceps. Forceps are like one of the absolutely most useful tools I have ever bought in my life. I bought a whole pack of them. I use them at work all the time for handling like greasy parts. And just this last week, I had some actuators I had to tear down, and people kept coming by. Like I tore them down and I sent pictures out because they had failed, and people kept stopping by my cube to go and look at them. And every time they did, they'd go and they'd like reach towards the parts, and you'd see on their face they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna have to touch this greasy part." And I'm like, "Oh, well, there's a pair of forceps right there. You can just pick them up and grab the part, clamp onto the part so you don't drop it, and manipulate it however you want and look at it." So those are really useful. And I've got a scalpel, pretty useful. I have, oh, it's missing its blade. I wonder where the blade went. I've got a backup blade. I've got an X-Acto knife. And this is not the blade I wanted. Where did my blade set go? I'm a very, very professional gamer here. There's our other X-Acto blades. I can get one out without cutting myself. Use the forceps. Curved X-Acto blade. It's personally one of my favorites because it makes it a lot easier to cut through a lot of things. I use these all the time. I also have an unopened curved scalpel box here that we might use, depending. But I think mostly I'll be using the scalpel and the curved X-Acto blade. And then I've got some of these glass files. See, this one's been used already. These people have been raving about. They're pretty good. I used them a little bit before. All right. Principality of Xeon mass production mobile suit. I have built a Zaku before, but it was a 1/144th scale one. Get out of here, malware bytes. I don't want to see your notifications up here. Get out. For you. Oh my gosh, it says for use in Japan only. Uh-oh. I think we're going to get in trouble. All right, step 1, body unit. Oh god, I'm going to get plastic nubs everywhere. I wish I had a dish rack hold all these screws or whatever. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm always a little impressed. Just throw these bags on the floor here. I'm always a little impressed with how cooling for these gunpla are done. And I have the first gunpla kit I actually built was a Gundam Easy 8. Open all the crates. Yeah, I'm opening them all right now. I'm just stacking them up. Then usually I can lay them out in the box or something. Hey, Media Monkey, get your junk off the screen. Your cubs are in chat. Because I'm not streaming a game, I've got OBS up on my main monitor. It's closer to this table. This table is normally this is my craft table, but the past few years it's really just been where I put all my beer cans. Come on, open, you stupid bags. They changed the polymers on the bags halfway through, so these ones are harder to open. Got some pins. But yeah, I got the first thing I did. Are we doing paints? Definitely not today. I'm not going to paint the whole thing. If this does well and we get some decent viewers from this, I'll do another, and we'll continue building the Zaku. And I'll probably get down into doing panel lining, because I've done panel lining. I have an airbrush. It's actually like right here, right next to the tray, right next to this table. Not that I can move it really, but I have an airbrush compressor and everything. Painting gunpla is kind of intimidating because I don't want to cut all the parts off and then have to figure out what part is what. Okay, so we need, oh, this is neat. It's telling us we need A, B, I, K, and F, and then PC 2000. Let's find those. So this is I, set aside. B. Don't ask how airbrush reminded you. I'm scared. E, and M. I've got more table space. This water bottle over here. Oh, and since I'm doing a hand cam stream, I can bring up some of the other random stuff that I've got sitting around on my desk. So like back when we used to play a lot of IL-2, I made a whole bunch of these little cards when we were switching between aircraft. So there's like, of course, it's too much glare. But this one's like for the P-47D, so it's got the velocity never exceed, the takeoff speed, landing speed was omitted, turn speed is 205, engine RPM for cruise, combat, war, emergency, and then turbo max power. And then on the back, got the same thing for a P-38. And back Falcon BMS, all this, different key commands that we needed. Pawn Shop has a K98 Yugo with no markings, but like the year or make no factory or no factory approved marks. Huh. Seems sketchy to me. I think typically stuff that doesn't have factory marks like that usually is somebody removed the marks so that they can pawn off a like pretty much repro one. This has got to be PC2000. No, this is K, so we need K. These? Okay, so something like this right here is what I was talking about with how these are kind of impressive. I think the green parts here are molded separately. Oh yeah, they definitely are. And then how did they get these on is the big question. Because clearly these had to be slid on, and this is going to be way better. The 1/144th one made me swear off 1/144th scales because I had to individually, each one of these tiny ones, I had to clean off the sprues, and it was awful. It was horrid. And then we've got A, we've got K, we've got F, we've got B, and I. Where is PC1000? Oh, they even have the plastics that these are labeled. So this one's ABS. This one doesn't have a label for what plastic it is. I'm going to get so distracted. Oh, this one's polystyrene. This one, polystyrene. That makes sense. This is J, polystyrene. This one is ABS. It's odd that their molding marks for ABSs it's right here. Whereas the polystyrene, it's just stamped on like one of these little things. Is this the PC2000? Yes. Polyethylene. Not really polyethylene. It's pretty soft for polyethylene. But yeah, you'll get to hear my nerd ramblings of a mechanical engineer that works with plastic injection molded components, and me going, "Ooh, impressive how they did this." So like this is an example. I wonder if this is, it's probably an overmold. So you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different plastic colors. And I say it's probably an overmold because if you look at the clear, I don't know how well you can actually see any of this. But this lighting is really needs a diffuse. I do this. It's gonna make it really shit on my end to see anything. If I knew anything about lighting, I would have done something better. But you can probably see this a little better now. But you can see, God, and I can't see it now. But this clear, if it was a 2-shot, you'd probably get some bleeding between the two. So it's probably an overmold. But what's weird is that it doesn't separate as easily as I would expect an overmold. It breaks at other points. So there's that. Now that I've just completely destroyed this. Whatever. Okay. First step in this train wreck that we're going here. And I don't have enough space, of course. Yeah, so it makes me wonder, 3-shot, how do they do that? And also it's more expensive to shoot the 3 trays together typically, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were opting for the more expensive, because like or let me explain a little bit more. So there's broadly speaking, there's 2 main ways you can get something with different plastics here made together, and that would be a 2-shot or a over mold. So a 2-shot is this comes in and it molds it, and then the tool head spins around, clamps down again, and shoots another shot. So I would very wonder how it did that. Although I guess what you could do, I guess you could 2-shot this, because you could, if you had multiple injectors with different colors, maybe you could shoot this blue, this gray, and this clear. You could shoot those all together and have them stay in the tool. And then these indents here, the first shot would be plugging those, and then your whole tool comes out, it rotates, then the second one comes in and has all the rest of these features, while you're without these blockers. So it'll have the back half of these, or your original tool will have the back half of these, and then your new tool will have the top half of these, and then it'll clamp down and it'll shoot. Which that might be how they're doing it. Pretty interesting. All right, what are we doing first? What is it telling us? So I need F31 and PC10. Here's F. I have to turn my light up. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get a point where I can see stuff well on my end, and you guys can not get this glare right here. But we'll do our best. If I might consider getting a better light, because I've got a ring light that is on a boom, and then what I use normally for streaming is I've got just an LED lamp I point at my face. So if we want to do more of these, I might replace this ring light with something. Plus, this ring light I normally use on my reloading setup to inspect cartridges. It's a ring light with a little magnifying glass in the middle. Actually, I guess the alternate, that's not gonna... Did I mess things up? Give me a sec. If I put this here, I'm making everything worse, but this might be a little better. because I'm bringing it in from here, so it at least offset the ring a little bit. Okay, so now that we've been sufficiently distracted for long enough, we need F31. That's right here. $31. PC 10. Which one of these sheets is PC? By the time we're like done, I'm gonna actually remember what's what, but not for a while. So that's the PC is the rubber one. PC 10 and 11, right? Having a slight heart attack for a second because I look over at the stream and I go, oh my god, I don't have application audio capture, which is what the name of my game capture's audio capture is. And I realize, well, yeah, duh, there's no game that we're playing today. All right, and then we got to cut the nubs off. You're going to get little bits of shit everywhere. Great excuse to have to vacuum my place for once. And if I'm missing comments, just throw things at me to get my attention. That's should work, right? Now, the scalpels, as much as I recommend them, you gotta be pretty careful with them because they are wicked sharp. You will like cut yourself and draw blood without even noticing on a brand new scalpel. He cut way too deep is another risk of. There's a trick. You just scratch it with your fingernail a little bit. This camera over a little bit more. So I'm working more down here. And I don't think I'm going to care a ton about making sure everything is absolutely perfect. Let's get the rounded scalpel out. Excuse me while I attempt to be distracted by everything. And yeah, these are actually like medical grade scalpels. They're pretty cheap. They're a little more expensive than an X-Acto knife, but honestly, for how much sharper they are, they're worth it. You'll see we've got all these sterile surgical blade packages. You can just buy these off Amazon. They're not hard to find. They come in with a whole bunch of different blade shapes. So putting them on can be a little tricky, because forceps are great for. Kind of have to grab the blade to get it on. Put it. Oh, we're putting it on the wrong way. I never said I was smart. Good thing they pokey-yoked it. Here's a fun fact. Poke-yoking, which literally means foolproofing. A lot of people don't know that, or a lot of people know that poke-yoke means foolproof in like the engineering industry. They don't know the origins of it, and it's actually should be literally Japanese for idiot proofing or foolproofing. It used to be baka-yoking, which is idiot proofing, but that was deemed a little insensitive. it is funny that we think, oh, poke yoke is like a fancy term, you know, it's like a specific fancy method or something, but no, it's just it's foolproofing. Way. Rub it with your fingernail to hide it a little bit. And the trick with removing nubs is always to try to not stress the plastic out too much. You want this facing this way, and you want this part facing this way to go in where? Here? But a fair number of thermoplastics, if you stress them too much, they will start to change colors. They'll turn white, which is not ideal for a nice aesthetic looking gunpla. All right, next we need F22, the Raptor, and F23. F28. This glove I cut up so that I can protect my thumb has a fun story. I used to airsoft quite a bit, and then at the time I had a mishmash of gear, but I was trying to switch to some more multicam stuff, and I bought a pair of multicam mechanics gloves, but then proceeded to, like, the first airsoft event I went to, I lost one of the gloves. And so the other one I said, well, you're getting sacrificed for something. You're going to be useful. Yeah, losing gloves is such a pain. I've got my favorite pair of gloves, a pair of Mechanics Fast Fit, it's the Woodland ones. But I think Mechanics changed the cut of their gloves. And so if I ever lose those gloves, I'm out of gloves that will ever fit me well, because gloves tend to not fit me well, and those are the only pair that really did. Need to, like, find a tailor who will custom tailor gloves or something. Ah, shit. Weird. I don't know if you guys can see it on this part. We've got some gate flash. We got some gate flash here and here. We'll cut those off. Flash happens when it looks like these are ejector marks. So flash happens where this camera can't focus that close. But flash on plastic parts happens when the plastic gets past the mold edges where it's supposed to shut off. And that can be around like ejector marks or the edges of the mold where they come together. You have to have really, really precise fitment to entirely prevent it. Usually, what I do on a lot of the stuff that I specify is when I hand my part over to the tool maker and we start our back and forth for design for manufacturing, I tell them, hey, these zones, any ejectors or injectors need to be sub flush, so that way they don't affect the movement of the parts. Or I can be like, hey, yeah, it's fine to put an ejector here, it doesn't matter at all. And then that way you make it so that you don't need somebody to go in and remove that flash or something, and it won't impact your part function. How much progress do you think we'll make while I get ADHD distracted here? Probably not a ton. Adjusting my phone to point a little more at me. I didn't realize that you'd have to set up your settings all over again on the phone, which seems like a massive pain. Part of me has been debating getting an old iPhone to use for tracking, although that also sounds like a real pain to try to manage. Because I don't know how I would mount it anywhere. But it should solve some. I think it would solve some of my problems. Actually, let's use this as a test bed. Shift escape. Let's bring up Task Manager and look at how much GPU use VTube Studio is using. Frozen things. VTube Studio is using 8% of my GPU. You want to cut off. Promise to do my best to not stab myself on stream. There's a cool VTuber I met. His name is like Revenant Handcrafts. He does a lot of 40K models and stuff. One of these days, I'm gonna have to tune in to when he's like painting and stuff. See how he does it. It'd be really cool to do some of that. Not that I have time to do any more stuff on hobbies, because I have too many hobbies as it is. Speaking of working on other stuff for hobbies, right over here, I've got yet another on the in this direction. I've got a short table, like 2 feet high, maybe, and that's covered in junk as well. Covered in junk like this old CPU cooler that I need to toss out or do something with. But it also has stuff like this, which is all the loose parts from my rifle that's currently taken apart. The bottom metals that came with the rifle. One that takes a proprietary 10-round mag, and the other that's an internal 5-round mag. I ended up breaking down and just buying a new chassis for that rifle because I'm sick of dealing with feeding issues. I hope it'll fix it, but I think I still gotta machine a lug off of the or off the receiver itself. How did this go together? So this part is this way, and then that drops down into this part, which has an opening at the top. And then this one is in this orientation. Or no, I need this part. Oops. I've built a fair few gun plug kits by now. One of the coolest ones I got, I managed to get by like pure, I think just pure dumb luck, really. It was a KG6 Sleipnir bottle from Alnoa Zero. And they MSRP'd for like $50, and I got it on eBay for like 30. It was a really great steal because it was brand new, never opened, plastic still on it. This 3-bar linkage. This is supposed to go in here, and it's got a little like feature on it that is stopping it from going in. Push harder, right? That's what you're supposed to do on Gunpla, right? Oh, it really does not want to go in. But the instructions tell me to. There we go, it's in. I totally didn't use pliers to force it. Other one. What's everyone up to today? Anything fun? I'm obviously going to be here. I don't know. I don't know how long. I have a feeling that this stream is going to go a lot better than the War Thunder stream that I have to also plan. Although, I just got a new hydraulic damper for my flight pedals, which makes them feel quite a bit better. And then I had, because the damper made me have to up the spring to get it to recenter. I then also had to get a floor mat for my pedals since they're on carpet, and then Velcroed them down. They won't move around. Nothing fun. Too hot to do stuff after the rain. Man up. Go out and just do it. Don't let your memes be dreams. This one's going in easier. Yeah, so this is a 3-bar slider linkage. Kind of cool. You got a dog to watch right here. Oh, so your dog's sitting? The music volume. Probably a little quiet. You got nothing else to listen to other than the music. Let's turn that up. You're watching me stream? Why are you watching me stream? Get out of here. What's the point? This goes here. This goes here. So it seems that everybody wants to build the Gundam Caliban, whatever. It's probably supposed to be Caliban, but Japan, and they're renaming everything. I should get like a tray and a brush to sweep all these nubs into, but I don't think I've got a brush that works for that. Another fun thing I'd like to do with this hand cam for streaming is I think I have the paper in reach. That one, not that one. I guess I threw it somewhere. Oh no, wait, it's right down here. So like I don't know how well this is coming over, but this is a Subnautica map from the last time I was playing it, and I didn't want to use a map mod, and it's probably a little faint here. See how I can get it to work. I need a diffuse lighting or something, but there's a faint line here for where the ship is, and just with a compass and a scaled ruler, because I actually have a scaled ruler from when I was in engineering college. You can draw one quite easily. F32, F33. Where's F35? F32. F33. There's part one. Then we need F30. But yeah, when I originally played Subnautica, I used a map mod because I got fed up with it. But then when I went and I played Below Zero, I said, hey, well, wait a second. I've got all of the stuff that I need to make a map of this. Why don't I make a map? And I did, and it was a blast. It was a really cool feeling to be able to go, I'm at X position, and I want to get to Y, and I'd say, okay, well then I need to head in this bearing, and I should hit it. And I would head in that bearing, and I would hit it. I need F27. There's F27, and then I need A23 and 22. Actually, I'm putting this right down on top of A, yeah. I'll always need more desk space. A22 and 23. This is, I dropped my tools. A22. A23 and A24. Okay. Another kit I've got that I'm a little scared to do is actually a Tamiya F16 kit, because it's not colored at all, so I have to paint it. And painting an entire kit is, like I said, pretty intimidating of a task. I think in the past I used to go through these and I used to meticulously, carefully make sure that every single nub was perfectly looking and blended with the rest of it. I think these days I don't have the time for that. And if I'm really upset with how something looks, I can tear it down and sand individual parts as needed. Since we're playing a Symphogear song, I really hope my one dream for the next season of Symphogear is outfits that show off the characters' tummies more. As a cultured tummy enjoyer, and I mentioned before, I bought a new chassis for my rifle. It's on its way. Ordered it yesterday. I don't think it's even shipped yet, actually. But it's the same Oryx brand chassis as what I've got on my Ruger American, which will make it great because it means that any form kind of practice that I do with my Ruger American will carry over to the Hoa. The big bonus. Plus, I really like the Oryx chassis. It's cheap. I mean, it's probably the most expensive chassis I've ever used because this Hoa chassis is kind of cheap. The whole Hoa rifle with its chassis was $900, and a the cheaper Oryx chassis is like 400 on its own, and a rifle's at least 400. So the Hoa chassis can't really be much more than 400 or 500 in value. But it's a pretty good chassis. I've got zero complaints about it. I could see where other people might have certain complaints, like you can't swap the stock on it. It's an integrated part. Your stock adjustment is entirely done by adding pads, which are unfortunately out of stock, so I can't get myself a pack of the adjustment pads for the butt stock. Unless I want to get wooden ones, but I'd rather not. Although I suppose you could probably just use washers. There's nothing that's really stopping you. There's still bolts, so they'll still fit standard washers. Just won't look as cool. Or it'll look cooler depending on your aesthetic choice. On the ends of things like this, you can usually just save some time and cut it right off with your nippers, because typically that's going to go into something, and so no one's going to see it. It's one of the biggest differences I've noticed between the modern kits and the older kits is that the older kits, typically the nubs were in less opportune spaces. Okay, so we've got one here in this orientation, and I got to put F into it with the back out. It doesn't matter which way it goes, I don't think. No, is symmetrical. And then oh, I gotta get the pilot. Find one thing with the old Gundam settings, the was it Universal Century or whatever, the classical Gundam setting, that Sunrise wants to make Xeon look like not evil. And I don't know how I feel about, well, I don't really feel great about that, because it's like, oh, well, you know, these guys only murdered tons of civilians, but they're not bad. They're just misunderstood. It's like, you guys murdered tons of people by dropping a rock, you know, dropping an entire colony on Earth. That's like not okay. Like, oh, but you know, they're fine. They murdered everybody on the colony to drop it. Guys, like, come on. They're evil. Oh wait, this needs to go in this way, and then this hole comes in here. And F-32 comes on. And he can slide back and forth. Ooh, fancy. You can slide him left and right. We have A24. This is A23. This is A24. How the heck am I going to get that in place? Now, you're throwing missiles at me, Noodles? What's that for? Did it make the noise? Because I didn't hear the noise on my end. And thank you for the head pats. I don't know how I'm getting this in. Forceps, come to the rescue. Talk to me. Guess that's the cockpit access door. I hope the Yandere eyes constantly isn't throwing people off. Oh shit. I proceeded to smack my table with my knee. I swear, guys, I'm good at this. There's a sticker that it says this needs to go on here. Usually is that means a sticker, right? I got no idea. We're just gonna ignore it for now. All right, next up I need PC8. PC8. F19. F18 and 19. F18 and 19. F21 and 20. All right, that's one. But here it is. This off. My camera my camera got rotated. What's that? Who would have thought that 4 boxes of 357 Magnum ammo aren't a terribly great camera stand? I certainly did not think that. capability to pre-plan events like this is pretty horrifically awful. And so I didn't discover until like half an hour before stream that I couldn't just put the camera up on OBS and then put the camera for VTube Studio, put a different camera up for VTube Studio. Give you the middle finger. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that, but how you doing, Tank? I don't want to get in trouble for not being a mature channel or something. But if you want to see it, it's right. It's right. It's this one. Okay, then the PC part. That right off. Mikha gang. Hydrate. All right. I got my water bottle. You can actually see the water bottle. It's a block my face while I do this. It's a Camelback. Pretty standard. Hey, Mecha Nick, how are you doing? We are going slow. I got distracted at first. I've got an entire rant or an entire side tangent about how they probably make these kind of sheets where there's 4 different types of plastic. It's a little more complicated than you'd expect to make something with multiple plastics. You have those stupid half-gallon steel bottles. Yeah, they missed over the model rant. All right, so this part, according to this sheet, being this one and this one, it's going to get clamped in. So these ends, we don't have to bother cutting nice. And so we're just going to cut them right off. Save us some time. For anybody who hasn't built a gun plot, I really do recommend it as a hobby. If you like if you are at all kind of oriented towards crafting kind of things. Oh, we missed the step where we put this part on here. But what's really cool with the gun plot is that you can... Isn't this going on right? It doesn't say any order they have to go in, right? But you can go as complicated or as simple as you want. And with the modern kits, as long as you're following the instructions, it's pretty hard to screw things up. You can get yourself into a little bit of a sticky situation if you put things together a little wrong, but that's pretty hard to do. There we go. At worst, you have to take 2 parts and get them apart. HG high grade stuff is pretty good. What is this? This is a master grade. Master grade really isn't... I don't see the different grades really as being harder or easier. Yeah, it doesn't require glue or painting. You'll very rarely get a part where it'll be like, hey, yeah, super glue this. But if you have super glue, just use that. Or actually, traditional super glue is probably not the best thing because it can cause some plastics to change colors. Oh shit, which one of these was which? We've got this one, and then we got this one. Which one is so this is this one, I think, and then this is this one. Right? What do you guys think? We got some little thing warning us about F18 and 19 here, but I can't read it. Anyone want to translate this for me? Because my phone's otherwise preoccupied. How do you want me to put this in? This needs to come down into 1. And it has to go in different orientation. So it's got to go in this way. This comes in here. Or no, this comes in here. Clamps it down. That can't be right. Or wait, if this is going to have a ball joint in it, this comes on the... So this would hold a ball joint, it looks like, and then it goes on the bottom here, so that way it can hold the leg part. I think that makes sense. This comes in here. But yeah, perfect, or master grade versus high grade, I don't really see any difference in them too much. Although I guess the only high grade I've built has been one of the random other mecha from Iron-Blooded Orphans, the big green one, the skinny green one with high heels. And that went together quite a bit different from how other ones did. Okay, so now we need to build, or this needs to go on this. Although I think the 1/144s are high grades usually. I built a Zaku 2 1/144, but I will never build a 1/144 again after that. Okay, so it wants me to take this part, and it wants me to cut. I'm going to cut here. And here. Then here. And then here. And here. This is my favorite Gundam series then. I typically like the series that are more kind of gritty and realistic. So it's kind of a hard one between Thunderbolt and 8th MS Team. First Gunpla kit I actually built was Gundam Easy 8. So I started with a master grade Gundam Easy 8, which is why I typically don't really like. People are like, "Oh, you know, start with a high grade." I'm like, I don't see why. I started with a master grade. What does it matter? Cleaning these up is going to be a pain. They rotate. Why? Why? Force up, save me. I quit. Oh, this is the worst. This is why I didn't want to build a Zaku. wants me to cut here in a minute after I slide these all on. It does not want to slide, not at all. I swear the guys who designed this have like incredible grip strength. Whatever plastic these are made out of, it's a bit more crumbly. I wonder if it says anywhere what the plastic is for these. My God, the little bits of nub are getting everywhere. This is such a mess. Makes me wonder if I was doing this in like zero gravity, could I just do it into the air filter and have the air filter suck them all up? It's like how the astronauts apparently put their fingernails into the air filter. Is a funny and inventive way of doing it. Anyone else who's built Gunpla, what has been your favorite kit to build? I will say I was really sad that nobody voted for the polypetal ball type, which I'll run and grab it just to show you what it is real quick. The polypetal ball. No one wanted me to build this. The box is pretty beat up. I don't think these are sold in the US normally. I bought it, I think, on eBay. It's still sealed and all in one piece. More expensive than a typical kit, but it sounds like it's going to be a stupid fun kit to build because you've got ball type on legs. It'd be really fun at some point to get into kit bashing, especially with the advent of SLA 3D printers. You've only done one. You've done one kit or one polypetal ball. There's a fair number of tricks that people have to get kits to stay together when they don't want to. One of them being you add a little bit of have it here. Actually, it's in one of my drawers, I know. But you use a little dab of nail polish, keep things together usually, or like ball joints. Yeah. So like if a ball joint isn't stiff enough or two parts don't come apart, you can put some nail polish on it, put it together, take it apart, put it back together a couple times, and then let the nail polish dry. Or recently I heard chapstick is a possible temporary option apparently we do that at. Apparently, one of our plants at work does that on certain things we make, which don't pass the requirements, and that's kind of scummy. I don't know if they still do it, but apparently, one of our engineers, when he worked at that plant, said they did that, and he was trying to get them to stop. Is our plant that at one point was sending interns on planes to deliver parts globally because they didn't have their clean room clean enough to make the things they need without too much of a scrap rate. When your scrap rate is so high, it's impacting your delivery quantity instead of just your profit margin, you know you've got a problem. Put this 3-tab off. If I was smart, I would have emptied my desk garbage can before doing this, and then I could just, after we get too many of these nubs here, I could just fold it. I might do that partway through, just so that these don't fall on the floor. Or I could get my shop vac out, but I don't think I've got a plug anywhere by that is free. When I was setting up, I wanted to get this ring light right here, right by the camera. I wanted to get this ring light plugged in instead of my regular lamp. So I went and I'm like, oh, this is the charger for the lamp. I unplug it and I go, why did my internet die? Oh shit, that was my router. A fun kit for beginners, apparently, that is memed up, and I've built it. I've had a beginner build one, and I would agree, but a lot of people suggest the ball type version Ka as your first kit, and I would say that it's definitely a good and simple kit. But if you're like, there's this one Gundam series I really like, and I want to build a kit from that, I'd say just go for that instead. I just probably would not recommend a 1/144th kit unless you have really good fine motor function. I, on the average day, have anywhere from fairly good to quite shit fine motor function. So small parts is not great for me. See if I can't get these to slide. This one does not want to slide at all. Hey, Bandai, how am I supposed to do this? Can't get it to move at all. That's a problem. What do you guys think? How do I fix this? Oh, cut off some of these supporting nubs that are certainly going to be a problem in a minute. Way easier in the instructions, huh? I see that there is a taper here, so that this one's supposed to slide off and then be easier to move, but it doesn't want to move. I don't want to move in any direction. There's a little bit of a flat on this side. Hack them off? No. I don't want to break it. All right, one will come up or one will come down. What will happen? One's coming up. Huh. Let me just clamp it up in my vise and then force it. Okay, there's one. Two. All right, it's gonna come along slowly but surely. Hopefully I didn't mess anything up too bad with this. Sorry, I'm doing most of this off camera because I just can't. I'm like pulling it tight to my chest to get things to move. Damn it, Bandai. Damn it. I'm going to curse your names. I wonder if someone had to string these on by hand or what. And if they did, was it the same person who put my filter on, my oil filter on? And what I'm doing for these is I'm using the nippers here. I'm putting them here, and you gotta not be clamping too hard, just enough to get it moving. It's a real big pain. I'm gonna murder my fingers doing this. But I suppose I could get smart. I think I might have started making things worse. On. What ancient deity must I pray to get this to work? I knew I should have just played more RimWorld today. I knew it. Real life is scary. Can I go back to video games? I did play some Falcon BMS last night solo, just off stream. I started a Taiwan campaign. And right after the first mission I flew, I found out, oh shit, there's 4 enemy tank battalions right off the end of my runway. And they shot me down on my landing approach, so I had to go deal with them. God, we're gonna have to do how many of these? What did I do wrong? Is there something I should have done to make these work nice? I'm willing to accept that I'm too dumb to have done this right, as long as somebody tells me how the heck I'm supposed to do it. My vice grips. Actually, I have a pair of vice grips within hand's reach. A very, just a very small pair of vice grips that I got as a gag gift from someone at one point. Has actually been extraordinarily useful. Someone who was like, oh, here's a small pair of vice grips. Nobody will ever need a pair of vice grips this small. Like, oh, look, I need them right now. If you don't have a pair of vice grips, I highly recommend getting a pair. And you might notice the brightness of the scene changing. That's not my camera. That's my light. This really crappy boom light I have. Its intensity changes very frequently. All right, now it wants me to take this and cut here. See ya. And now I only got to do that 3 more times, right? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more times. Where's the do it twice indicator? Because it's telling us we did this. And then on the next page, it's going me fold this better. Come on, fold inverted. Then on the next page, it's saying, hey, there's one, there's the other. So normally it'll give us an indicator saying, hey, do this twice. 1-6 with a... Okay, so it's A3 and K6, and A9 and A9. It's kind of being a little not obvious about what we're supposed to be doing, but we'll make it. But we know what we need to do anyway. One other. Actually, this bottom part is going to plug into something so we can just cut it off flush. We'll make sure that it's cut flush. Go in all the way. This side we have to care about a little bit more. Needs to actually kind of look nice. I found it funny that my model making capabilities has carried over to my job after we got an SLA printer. Cutting off the supports from the SLA printer is very similar to cutting off nubs from Gunpla. This is going to look awful. These glass files I found to be pretty good. I've only used them on one kit so far. They do a great job, as long as you can actually recover what you're working on. I saw our Gunpla go back and forth on them, but it sounds like they work great until they get clogged, and then you just got to clean them. Or if you're wasteful, you can just toss them because they are pretty cheap. How does this go on? It says there's only way it can go on, but there's definitely more than one way it could go on, depending on how dumb I am. All right, this is the next one we got to do. Got to cut it here, 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 and here. clean this up well. Gonna file all these down. Hey, Light, thanks for the sudden flash. Very nice of you. I think it's got a really crappy voltage regulator. Probably why it does that. Oh yeah, Gundam song. Come on, you little bugger. Eat. All right, there's the first one. Hey, Rain, how are you doing? I'm currently making another one of these, and it's kind of hard to do, so I'm pulling it close to me to pull these stupid things off. I knew the Zaku kit would be pain. I just didn't know how much pain it would be. Came back from skateboarding. Whoa, can you do a 360 triple flip? Come on. Okay, there we go. Got it. Does Tony Hawk Pro Skater count? Yes, it does. Video games are just as good as real life, right? That means I can fly an F-16 in real life. Come on, you stupid little plastic. Move. Curse you, static friction. Uh-oh. It easily started MiG-21. I give it 50-50 odds for me starting a MiG-21 in DCS. Oh, shit. I fucked up a little bit. I know I joke that if Ukraine needs F-16 pilots, here's my number, DoD. But if somebody was like, hey, yeah, you could fly a fighter jet in Ukraine, I would probably jump on the opportunity. Considering that I am probably considered not fit to fly fighter jets for the US. Although I may be too thick for an F-16. I know all the real pilots like to meme on sim pilots, but I would like to point out that all of the real pilots started out as sim pilots, and so they can suck my unmentionable. Especially considering that, like, real combat pilots at this point are using DCS and shit. And that Falcon 4.0 or Falcon 3.0 was made based off of a sim that was made for the Air National Guard. I think calling the sims that we play just simple games is your hometown auto dismisses from the army. If World War II president is anything to go by, I'd be disqualified from, not counting the numerous medical issues. I would be disqualified from being drafted simply because I've got an engineering degree. Although, if another war like that came on, I'd be like, hey DoD, hey DoD, hey DoD, let me build your new shit for you. I'd love to. I'd like to design tanks. I hate Zakus. I hate Zakus. I hate Zakus. Fly for the Brazilian Air Force. Why the Brazilian Air Force? Because you're Brazilian. Ew. Brazil? Sorry, I'm just joking. Wasn't it Brazil that just after Russia invaded Ukraine, they ditched all of their Soviet surplus equipment? Because they're like, okay, we've seen that all of this is basically worthless, and so we don't want it. How the heck does this plug in? Goes right there? There's like hardly anything keeping that in. has to go into the middle slot back here. Most of your stuff is old malfunctioning parafoul. Okay, now I need a 10 and a 4. A 4. Doesn't Brazil operate something that's like a single engine plane for CAS? It's not the air tractor and it's not the Super Tucano, it's something else. But it was pretty funny because it's like, yes, this does the job of the A10 and it does it way better. Am I using one of those funny looking magnifying glass thingies? I'm using that for illumination, so you can see the ring here. I'm not looking through it because it's pointing like this direction, and my face is this direction. Hey, Lucky, how you doing? We're building a Zaku to hydrate. All right, I've got about half my water left. Kanos mostly do border patrol. It's a big ass water bottle. It's only it's a liter. It's not that big. It probably seems really big because I have it up near the camera. Having second thoughts on your job. Uh-oh. I'm cutting way too much off this, I think. Be a little more careful. Is less than ideal. Doesn't every job. Every day I go into work and I deal with shit and I go, God, I don't get paid enough for this. And also, I literally don't get paid enough for dealing with the shit I deal with. I should have done this later as a drinking stream. Damn it. Past Mikha, what were you thinking? Scheduling it at 2 p.m. I guess we just have to go long enough that I can get a beer. Right? That's how it works. Or I just got to start day drinking. Drinking stream as I operate sharp objects. Exactly. What could go wrong? Wodokoi song? Yeah, Wodokoi. Wodokoi is was such a good series. I hope we get a season 2 of it sometime. So good, yeah. I'm looking at what other random junk I got on my desk right now. Some of it is just got pushed to the side. So like I've got a Zippo lighter. I don't know why I bought one. There's a 6.5 Creedmoor round next to a live 223 round. It's a open tip match, looks like. Hornady Frontier. And then I got a 9mm round and a 45 round. I could I would show my rifle that I've got in pieces right now, but not much of it fits in the frame because it's so long. It's waiting on a new chassis before I put it together. Then hopefully it'll feed right. Although I think I still need to take it to a gunsmith to machine down a part of it. All right, this needs to go on this way. And then this goes on. Oh, it goes on over it. Here. What uses 223? What uses 223 is if this toggle works. This rifle, my Ruger American. So I've got two main bolt action rifles, a Ruger American in 223 and a Hoa 1500 in 6.5 Creedmoor. So you know these are my two main precision rifle rounds that I end up shooting. The 223 being a lot harder to load for because something with internal ballistics and chemistry, just the amount of powder you put in a 223 compared to the case volume causes inconsistency. I'm not advanced enough to know that. I'll have to learn it one day. Whereas the 6.5 Creedmoor, it goes a lot faster, quite a bit faster, and then a little bit, like a couple of feet per second of difference in velocity doesn't really matter that much. But the Hoa is going to get a chassis like what is on this rifle right here on stream when it comes in. It had a different one from the manufacturer, or really from the importer, but I'm ditching that one because it's causing me a lot of heartache, a lot of headaches. Okay, next I need sheet PC. Right here. I-14 and I-14. You'd like to go to the US just to use a shooting range? There's plenty of ranges that do rentals. I've actually been trying to get to my local range to do a rental. My local range does a 10 for 10 rental thing. So you rent the lane and you got to pay however much they charge for that. But then once you rent the lane, you can do a 10 for 10, which is you rent one of their guns and you get 10 rounds of whatever it shoots, and you get to shoot it for $10, which is great. If you want to try out a whole bunch of different guns and you don't know what you like, then you can just pay $10 per one and you get to shoot it. Way too much bureaucracy. Yeah. We've got a lot of bureaucracy on certain things. Like a pistol's super a pistol is not dangerous. A rifle's not dangerous, but a short rifle is super dangerous. Oh my god, you can't be able to have a short-barreled rifle. All right, PC 9 right here. You can only rent pistols. Most ranges I've seen only rent pistols, but there's a couple that will rent rifles. It's just not super common because it's a lot harder to stock a ton of rifles versus pistols. You could just have like an entire wall of pistols. This has to go this way. Sorry if I'm doing too much stuff off camera. I just don't have enough desk space. I should put this here so I'm encouraged to watch it while putting stuff together near. Oh, then we've got an I-13. This part. Cool watch. Let me make sure I'm gonna get this in the right angle. So this is a Casio Rangeman. I like this watch. I've been wearing it for a few years. And I've actually been wearing a watch so long that my left wrist is considerably thinner than my right wrist is. But the Rangeman's great because it's got this barometer and it's got a little graph for air pressure. And it'll also give me temperature. So if I forget to bring my Kestrel to the range, I can use this to get me some data like the current air pressure and current temperature. It's quite useful. Am I comfortable saying how much I paid for the Zaku? I don't remember how much I paid for the Zaku. I bought it probably a year and a half ago. But yeah, I like this Rangeman. Before this, I had a Gulf Master, which is pretty cool. The other cool feature on this one is you can hit. No, doesn't help now that I'm at the wrong spot. But you can hit the stopwatch button here, and it just immediately starts a stopwatch from the time face, which I use every day. And then there is the sunrise, so it'll tell you that where you are when your sunset and sunrise is, which I probably shouldn't show you because otherwise you can back calculate someone's latitude and longitude from that, from what time the sun rises and sets. Actually, I think how some naval navigation goes back in ye old time of sail. About to say that, yeah. Not like you'd get a super precise one anyway, precise location, because I've got it set to unspecified local city. And it isn't super precise, so it'll be off by a couple minutes. Used to calculate latitude to calibrate telescopes back in high school. Still big hint. Yeah, I've given more than enough for people to figure out where I am already. What's one more clue? Okay, how does this go in? So this is here. This goes here and here. And these little balls stick out. And we've got 1, and then F24. Thinking about going to Vegas? I've been to Vegas once. I hiked around the Grand Canyon with walking pneumonia. I would not recommend it. I would recommend going to Vegas. I just wouldn't recommend the pneumonia part. You have a minigun? Oh yeah, Battlefield Vegas is really popular for renting things. Miniguns are expensive as hell. I think it was the Dillon company, Dillon Reloading. They're a company that makes all sorts of progressive reloading presses. So I don't know if I've shown mine. I think I showed mine before or tweeted about it. I've got a Dillon progressive press, and how it works is, you put a case in. You put a case in, so like, oh nope, this is a dummy 9mm. I thought it was a 5.56, but you put a case on it, and then you add a bullet to around a different spot. So you might have spots 1, 2, 3, 4. So you put a case on here, you put a bullet on here, you pull the lever, you spin it, and then you put another case on, you put a bullet on here, and then a finished bullet comes off once you spun it. So you can end up making bullets pretty fast, but they're not going to be as nice as like really precision ones that I make. But I believe Dillon, if I'm remembering correctly, started making their reloading stuff when the guy was like, I really want to be able to reload ammo faster for my minigun. Wasn't there something dumb where at some point miniguns weren't considered machine guns in the US? I can't remember. Or no, it's Gatling guns that aren't considered machine guns. Because every time you move the crank, it's considered an action of the trigger or something stupid. So you can legitimately own a Gatling gun without any like special licensing or anything. Just don't have your power drill too close to it, otherwise ATF might shoot your dog. These engine bells are going to turn out horrible. Minigun is miniature version of the Vulcan. Yep. So it's M61 Vulcan miniaturized down. They are extraordinarily complicated firearms, with the majority of the complication being the delinking system. I think Forgotten Weapons has a video on it, and it's crazy just how complicated the thing is. Miniaturized, yep. I mean, it is miniaturized compared to an M61 Vulcan. And it shoots, usually they shoot 7.62 by 51. I know there's 5.56 microguns, as they're called. And then there's the tri-barreled Gao 19, I think it is. that shoots 50 cal. You don't need to try a minigun. I don't know how you'd top an M61, man. Well, I guess you could top an M61 with a GAU 8. Anti-air one with a small radar dish. Don't shoot any civilian airliners down. Yeah, M61 Vulcan only can lock onto an airplane that's 3.8 kilometers away. Your therapist said you should download Tinder to work some stuff? What? What? Tinder's been awful since the pandemic. Like, I used to be able to use it and I'd get like a sane date one here and there, but now it's just like everyone is crazy. And everyone else I've talked with who's used Tinder's basically got the same story. I overstressed the plastic. Oh boy, it's an experience. Yeah, it's an experience. I don't think anybody has recommended online dating since the pandemic, basically. Come on, you stupid Zaku, snap in. You have no IFF. Yeah, it's pretty much, hey, this plane is coming in at us and it's gonna shoot at us. Let's shoot it down. So you don't really need IFF. Because if it is a friendly plane coming in at you, are you going to not shoot it because it's shooting at you? Although sometimes that can be its own problems. Oh, come on, snap in. Talk with people. You talking with people. What kind of psycho talks with people? Online, just like at random? That's so weird. There we go. Engine bezels on. Engine bells on. Do, 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 do. Snap the back on. Fire Manpad, a Mistral. Aren't Manpads like upwards of 20 kilograms, I think? Need a 1, a 2, and a 3. Look up how heavy a Stinger missile is. Pretty light for 2 people. Oh, it's this song. This anime that this song's from, Girlfriend, is dumb. I loved it, but it was a dumb anime. Basically, a guy had a girlfriend and then fell in love with another girl and then was like just honest to his girlfriend, and the other girl was like, I love both of you, I can't choose. And then hilarity ensues. It is extraordinarily dumb. And the song is like, quit screwing around. It sounds dumb. Yeah, it's exactly my kind of trash that I like to watch on a Friday night with a couple drinks. My heart is big enough for both of you. Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm reading the Mopsukai anime, and the guy's got like 3 fiancées now. Like, oh shit, here we go again, another fiance. Sell it to the black market. You can't sell people on the black market. That's illegal. We do not stand human trafficking here. That's wholly unacceptable. Anyway, radar guided. Huh. I'm not terribly familiar with manpads. I only really know of the Igla and the Stinger. But typically, manpads are IR guided, which is what makes them so scary. And I would think a radar guided manpad would make it significantly less scary because the pilot still gets a warning. And usually, the seekers in manpads are pretty doo doo because you've only got so big of a missile. You're limited by what the operator can carry. So the missile has to be pretty small, which means that the seeker has to be small and it doesn't have much range. And so what that means is that typically the Seeker gets fooled by countermeasures quite easily. And so most man pads manage to score hits by surprise, which surprise goes out the window on a radar guided weapon. Yeah, Arma 3 was pretty horrible because all of the man pads gave lock warnings and missile warnings, which is extraordinarily dumb. And they gave you not only incoming missile warnings, they gave you somebody is locking you from this direction warnings, which you can't know with an IR guided missile because it's entirely passive. And yeah, you can look out and use sensors and stuff to try to find a missile launch. But I expect that if we see missile launch systems, like I suspect if we see enough missile warning systems deployed, that we'll start seeing like a flare system where ground units just fire fake missile decoy things to trigger the systems and cause pilots to burn away. Because, you know, those systems are looking for an IR response. And if you manage to make it so that there's enough times where the system goes off in a false alarm, the pilots will start ignoring it. And then once that happens, it kind of all goes out the window. The system becomes practically useless. And I know a lot of people will insist that, no, I'd rather have a false positive instead of having it not go off when it should. But the reality of the situation is that humans tend to ignore false positives if they happen too much. Not radar, it's IR. Yeah, that makes sense. But I suppose the other point is that generally your goal for short-range air defense systems is not to, well, actually, really with any air defense system, your goal isn't necessarily to kill things, it's to stop things from killing your things. So if an enemy aircraft comes in and is trying to shoot your tank column that you're guarding, and you fire a whole bunch of tracers past him, and he goes, oh shit, I'm gonna die, and waves off, you've succeeded. He did not manage to drop his ordnance as planned. And it's the same thing with intercepting like bombers and strike craft. Your goal isn't to shoot them down, it's to stop them from dropping their munitions. And so all you really have to do is scare them off. It says we need A1 or A6, which might be this. Yeah, it is this. Six. You shot down an Apache. Whoa, man, that's not cool. Don't friendly fire. F3, we gotta cut the nubs off. This anime this song is from, Gamers. I highly recommend it. It subverts a lot of tropes. It's hilarious. The entire anime is an allegory for video gaming, and it is phenomenal. I loved it. I showed it to Anime Club when I was president of the Anime Club, because I used my authority as president to persuade everyone that it was a definitely something we needed to watch. And then at the very end, everybody was like, wait, what? It's just an allegory for playing video games? And like, yes, that's exactly what it is. It was mind screwed. It was great. And the entire opening theme is about how frustrating the game is, but you don't want to quit. Was a fake enemy? Was it like a target drone or something? Or was it just like a simulated launch or something? Apache that has disguised as Mi-28. Stand by outside. Huh. This song is from Iron Blooded Orphans, a great introductory Gundam anime. Yeah, I know the Gundam anime timeline seems very complicated, but in reality, there's only a couple where you have to see other things to understand. So, Iron Blooded Orphans and Witch from Mercury are set in like their own entirely different periods, so you can just watch them straight up without any problem. This is the Zaku's eye, so we're just going to cut these straight off. We won't see them. Took out an Apache that didn't check bushes. Oh, we need a PC part. PC1. This goes this way. Got F2. I think this is a symmetrical part. It doesn't matter which way you put it in. And PC1 comes in this way. And this clear piece goes onto here. Or no, it goes onto here. And then this goes here. The Zaku's eye. And this little nub bit comes here at the back, so it's a pivoting limiter. Oh, it's a geared interface. That's fancy. So as the Zaku turns its head, the eye turns as well. That's really cool. Okay. Big props to Bandai for that. This is a fancy kit. F11. Is this one HB? This one is a master grade kit. I typically buy master grades whenever I can. There's a few more parts in a master grade, I think, but I don't think it really makes anything more complicated. Maybe the decals it'll make a little more complicated. Oh, I need another clear part. Oh, we're supposed to put a sticker on it. So we need to put squiggly line, and this is squiggly line. Good thing I know kanji, guys, right? So I can figure all this out, what all these stickers mean. Kind of glad it doesn't have water slides. Actually, wait. It has water slides. That's gonna be fun. What are these rub-ons? I think these are rub-ons. I prefer the rub-ons to the water slides. A lot of people like the water slides because they tend to turn out better. I agree, they turn out better. But the water slides are a lot harder to put on for me. Yeah, people like water slides so much that they sell. There are aftermarket water slide kits for certain gunpla kits that didn't come with water slides. I'm never too fond of stickers like this. They don't tend to go on very nice. Although I don't know if a water slide would even go on nice on that. Because the water slides look better on the finished part than a sticker usually. And the rub-ons, some people just don't like the way the rub-ons apply. Oh, we needed this part. This goes on here. This comes on top. Look at that. Look at that. That's so cool. This is a freaking cool kit. Now I get to do my nightmare. K2 and K7. A2. You're gonna lurk? All right, thank you for the lurk. Have a good time getting your lunch. This is totally not I Want You Back. Totally not a copy of it at all. I'm gonna be lazy on these because these take way too long. And it didn't even turn out right how I thought. In the industry, we call it rework. Huh? Oh, the song. Okay, yeah. You ever wonder how much this wireless headset has been your your best bad financial decision? I've had plenty of good bad financial decisions. One of them being the last firearm I bought. In reality, I need to stop buying anymore and just continue upgrading the ones I have. Although I will expect at some point to need to buy a new precision rifle, but that I'm hoping is going to be years down the line. I also need a new scope for my 22 rifle. Well, I don't have a scope on my 22 rifle right now. I'd like a 4-power scope. It's a CZ-475 22 bolt action rifle. It's a blast to shoot. I would love to get something that looks like, say, a World War II era scope to go on it, just to keep the aesthetics, because it looks like a Mauser. All right, guys and gals, we got another one of these horrific things to do. Dun, 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 dun. In my head, I'm just imagining if I was like a big VTuber and I was wearing this thumb thing the entire stream, just thinking like, would all the fans be like, oh my god, I bet he's got a tattoo he's hiding or something, doesn't want to be identified. It's like, no guys, I just don't want to cut my thumb up. Please stop speculating random shit. Maybe if Hololive ever lets me join. You got a high paying job considering you're an intern. Ah, shit. I'm using my nippers to try to slide some of these, and I keep slipping way too far. Then I scratch up the tube they travel on. A lot of flash on these parts. Hey, Kimion, how are you doing? Did the missiles work? I didn't see them. I didn't hear the sound. Is tits working? Tits audio is really quiet. Ow. This is at max. There we go. Now I can hear it. It's just I can't hear it. You didn't hear the audio? Do you hear the audio now? Should be good now. Also, welcome Ray Bandon. How are you doing? Then it wants us to cut it. Where does it want us to cut it? It's not too specific about that. Oh, we got another one we got to do. Oh, Rain, you want me to? Yes. These are pain. Let me sweep off my cutting mat before we launch little bits of plastic across my room. As I knock random things onto my floor. It's a trick that I've found, which is why I've got this chunk of leather here. Back when I was using sandpaper, I would hit the parts with progressively finer sandpaper, and then as the very last stage, you'd still look at the part and it would still be a little rough, but you'd take a little chunk of leather and use the smooth side, not the rough side, and you just buff it, and it would give it a sheen that matches the finish on the gunpla plastic parts. Because leather is actually a little bit abrasive, and if you want to have like a really sharp kitchen knife, you go through all the sharpening, and then you can take it and you take the knife like this, and you slide it backwards on the leather, and you can actually make it razor sharp if you sharpened everything right. So some fun pro tips there. Pull all these over so I can keep pulling the these little green things over. You got another Gundam song playing, very appropriate. We can struggle and muzzle the world before it fades away. Raise your flag. Okay, so we got to cut the ball off. So cut it here. Cut it here. Then it wants us to get K2 and K7. Do we have K out here? This is PC. This is I. This is F. H. J. C. D. E. Order some of these. G. E. Figure's the last one I have. No, that's M. Where's K? I don't think K is the sheet I have. Unless I'm just like really blind. Oh wait, yeah, this is K. But excuse me. Oh no, wait, K2 and 8 were the things we just had. Okay, that's right. What are we connecting these onto? Oh, I skipped a step. I need B. B10 and B9. Gonna slot in here, and then this is gonna be visible. These are all gonna be visible. Mm. Give my soul, but some things are not in our control. Mm. How does this go on? Very particular angle. There we go. So, what keeps these in place? Oh, that's what keeps them in place. They slot in very bottom here. I need a B6. Or we could get the horned one, but I think we're going to do a standard one. B6, and I need B7, the Zaku mouth. Now, for anyone who's done a Gunpla before, but hasn't done panel lining is actually a lot easier than it looks. Seems pretty intimidating. It seems like you have to have a really fine brush and a really steady hand. Those help, but you don't really need it. Because the trick is that if you thin out the dark paint well enough, it'll just run along the panel lines as it's supposed to. Where it takes some more technique and finesse is trying to get panel lines where the panel lines aren't really there. Like if you've got not sharp enough of a corner. Hey, Corpse Commandant, how are you? I'm looking through. I should take a picture, but my phone's currently being used for tracking. I should take a picture of what I'm reading chat through. I've got two booms between me and my chat window that I'm looking through. All right, Zaku helmet on. This is something we're going to want to clean up because it's a little, got like a little bit of flash here. Let's point with something that's not going to stab me. We got a little bit of flash here. We'll want to clean that up at some point, maybe. Typically, I go through and I build the Gunpla, and then I take a look at them and I go, oh, that looks pretty bad. That looks awful. And then I go back through and I take parts off and I fix it. Especially with these like modern kits, they're very well designed. So like even this part that I just put on, it had one nub, and that was down here. So for most pictures, that won't even show up. Versus the helmet, we had one here, which could use some touching up. It's not terribly obvious because we removed it pretty well. And then the other two, there was one here, which is going to be pretty hard to see. And then one here, which is also going to be pretty hard to see. This compared to like the Gundam Easy 8 of old, where the nubs are just everywhere and they're not great for their layout. All right, for the arm units, we need A, B. So we've got those A and B. Let me not put this on top of a knife so it doesn't come up with it and stab me. Need C, which is conveniently down here. Got C. Our PC 2000. And then G. Way in the back of all these. There's G. I guess we don't need any of these other ones. We'll set those aside. So we need PC, right off the bat, we need PC 15. So this is 3 and 4 arm unit. So we're going to try to do both these at once. So if it says, hey, 15, we're going to cut 2 15s off. We're going to need both of them. I wonder if they make comfort grip scalpel handles so I could get a better, bulkier handle for the scalpel. Sorry, I keep wanting to like put stuff up here in my face. I just got to bring my face a little closer. You're not going to see my nose. Yeah, until I start hitting my light, you won't see anything. Good thing I don't have a posture check redeemed because I cannot check my posture while doing this. All right, then we need a G13. There's G13. These round parts, those are going to definitely be in somewhere, so we're going to cut them flush. Sides, I don't know about. We're going to cut them a little ways away, and we'll clean them up. And then flush and flush. And then we're going to go right next into 34, 39, 40. So we got 40, 39. $40, $39. Let that flush. And then we'll cut 35 off because we're going to need that for the next arm. Little space on these ones. Little space on this one. Those aside. Ow, 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 ow. Hi, Kamini. How are you doing? Aren't you streaming Tears of the Kingdom right now? What are you doing? So we needed 34 as well. 34, I can't count. Where is it? Okay, we got two 34s. Ball joint, cut flush, save us a little bit of effort. And then this is probably going in somewhere else, so we're going to cut all these flush. And we'll have to clean them up. They are joint. That one should be cleaned up enough. Doesn't have to look pretty, it just has to work. And with this one, uh-oh. My phone died. Do I have PNGka already? No, I don't. Actually, wait, I'm in the wrong scene. I have and PNGka. There you go, PNGka. My phone was plugged in, but it died. Such is life. Now, arms are where you got to be a little careful with some of this stuff because you don't know what's going to be visible at what times and when. Up the ends of this a bit. This all off. Ouch. Good. This one. That one aside. Oh yeah, we cleaned these ones off already. This one, and then this is the last one for this arm. Flower has a bookmark. Grab the book that we found thrown away and roll along with you. These castles. Tear them down once again, is it true? Up on the hill, you can still feel the ocean breeze. Sky too blue, a detail we might forget. Promise me at least you'll remember me. Days that we have shared, my tears still reflect all the light we've gathered. And now it's shining in my direction, but still, I cannot shake this feeling that something's wrong here. You're there. I can still see you at the end of the road. All that so. One made you cry. Yeah, Anohana is such a good one. I love this song. Hydrate, fine. I'm gonna take a second to also get myself and drink. I will be right back. Five o'clock. What did I get on my can? Cheers. I'll figure out where I can set this beer that it's not going to get in the way, which is about 0 places on this desk. All right, instructions are back. All right, now we've got. Ow. Let me just smack my mic a couple times. I'm glad that typically it doesn't look like you guys can hear it when I smack my mic, because I tend to do it a lot, especially when I'm playing the flight sims. This needs to come on here. Yep. And this comes on here. Story softly said for now. As I pull the ties on this thin wishing bracelet. First morning train is now making my heart rate. Hey, won't today be the same day as always? It must be with me. All right, so once again, this part goes here, this one goes into it. My phone proceeds to be upset and wants to be recharged, but it can cry about that. We got 2 shoulder joints now. The one mecha I really, really want a kit of is the robot from Robotics Notes. It looks so derpy, but it's also realistic, and I love it. Robotics Notes is a really, I think, underrated anime. I don't know too many people who have seen it. I need G40. Oh wait, we already did that. G23 and 21. '23. 21. Cut them all out. Helps if I cut it out before I try to pull it out, right? I really got to get better about putting things away so I don't end up stabbing myself at some point with a misplaced scalpel. It's going to happen at some point. I need both of the 14s. '28, 18, and 26. Here's 28. 27 as well. The Nintendo version. Yes, this is the Nintendo version of the Gamers opening. Since the opening to Gamers is sung by the 3 voice actresses, there is a version with each of them. You love this stream? Really? What's so fancy about it? So I need G18. OSTs bring good memories. Yeah. This is my funny enough, the sound, or this playlist is just called Another 2. And it's where I put all of my anime music. I got an anime song, it goes in here. Whenever I listen to this playlist, I go, God, I need to watch this anime again. I need to rewatch this anime and this anime, and like, what am I gonna have the time for that? All right, we've got like an unmanageable amount of parts, so let's start cleaning them up and sticking them together. My eyes changed again. I went back to the PNG because my phone died. I'm gonna hope I don't send nubs into my beer. Maybe I should put it a little further away. It's fun the way you share the interests. Warm and welcoming environment. That's what I strive for with this. Sometimes it's fun to just nerd out to a captive audience where they have no choice but to listen to your entire ranting about everything. And I like to explain to a lot of people because maybe I do have anxiety, but like I look at certain things, certain crafts, I'm like, oh god, that looks really scary. I don't know how I'd manage to do it. But a lot of the time when I jump into it, as long as I do some pre-research, it tends to work out pretty well. Things aren't really as scary as they seem. I've got a great example here on my desk that I'll show you once I'm done with this part. And that is this controller. It's a Switch Pro controller. Now that was just ominous. What? But this is a Switch Pro controller. They at the time I got it, they only came in one. They came in any color you wanted as long as it was black. So this started its life as a black Pro controller, so it's still got this side is black. I didn't want to interfere with this because I'm pretty sure that this is an IR transmissive plastic, so I didn't want to mess with that. And I didn't want to mess with some of the other stuff that is really tight tolerances. The Pro controller, I was like, I saw a Reddit thread and someone's like, hey, yeah, painting your Pro controller is really easy. I know it looks pretty junky now. Like there's stuff here, stuff here, stuff here, some missing paint. But that's just from use. And then some dust buildup. But I was like, at the time I got my Switch Pro controller, I lived in a house with people who had 4 other Pro controllers, and we would regularly play Switch games together, like Smash Bros. And then at the end of the day, we'd be like, well, which one's my controller? Which one's my controller? Which one's my controller? And so I said, well, let me paint mine. And because I saw the Reddit thread, they're like, some orange paint, some sandpaper. I've got sandpaper. I can buy orange paint off the shelf at local grocery store. And so I went, it's just, you got to sand it a bunch. You spray on 2 coats of paint. You follow the instructions on the can, so you make sure that your humidity outside and temperature outside is good. And then 2 coats of clear coat. The white lines are vinyl, so that made it even faster to do because you just had to rub on some vinyl that I cut. And this line does not match up with this line, unfortunately, but you don't see it in most hits. I planned it out in GIMP, so I knew roughly what I wanted, and then I cut all the vinyl decals out. It worked pretty great. I just had to wait like 5 days for the paint to cure. So a lot of stuff like that, you can look at it and you can go, oh god, well, what if I break it? But it's a lot easier to do than you would think. You like the Sleipnir paint? Yes, I like the orange mecha aesthetic of the KG6 Sleipnirs in Aldnoah Zero. Pretty, I think it looks pretty good. Orange and white has always been a pretty cool color combo in my opinion. And then the green for like the sensor eyes. And I'm just listening to my phone connect and disconnect over and over again. I'd connect it to the Switch dock, but I don't think the Switch dock is actually going to charge it. It didn't when I tried it before. Maybe that's because I don't have a Switch in the dock. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. Oops. Like a bird in a cage. This part goes this way, and then PC14 doesn't really matter which way it goes. Oh, this isn't cleaned up yet. Or at least I missed a nub. Oh man, I definitely should have started this stream later so I could start drinking at the start and then progressively go on more and more tangents as I drink more. I need a G16 and a G17, but not the Glocks. You, not a Glock. No way, I'm never touching one again. A fun stream would be reaction content. Precision rifle shooter reacts to sniper content. Oh god, I could go on another tangent about that and grab a fun thing in a second. Should be in arm's reach. Yes, it is. There's one series that I will gush about because it's the Grease of Phantom Trigger series. There's a scene where the sniper girl is doing sniping stuff, and she's like, "I see the target. He's 500 meters out," and then they show you the scope view, and I saw it, and I'm like, "Hey, wait a second. That's the same scope I have. I've seen that reticle before, and I know that it's got to be a drinking watch party. It's a visual novel stream, or it's a visual novel, so." It would be a little difficult to do unless they make it into well, it's getting It's got a couple movies. Oh no, wait, I think that version's been adapted into an anime. I'd have to double check. But I saw them go, oh yeah, he's at like 500 meters out. And then I saw the reticle. I'm like, hey, wait, I've seen that reticle. I know the demarcations of the reticle, so I can use that reticle to measure a known size target and figure out how far away it is. And so I went, okay, yeah, I grabbed this, which is my mil.master. It's a fire control computer. It is a computer, after all. And it's got two sides, one for meters, one for yards. I usually use meters. But then this is the fun of precision shooting, where you have your target size in inches on this side. But I went and said, okay, so we're at 500. We're at 500 meters. Target size is this is height. Trying to remember how I did this. I'm immediately blanking on it. Oh no, wait, we got 26. So it should be between 1.25 and 1.5 for 26 being the rough shoulder to shoulder width of a man. And I went and I checked it out. I'm like, oh yeah, hey, their reticle picture looks just about right. But this is a really handy tool, because you can go and say, hey, oh wait, yeah, you can also use this scale for it. So you can go 500 meters target range, and then you can go, it's a 25-inch target. It should be 1.25, a little over 1.25 mils in width. And so this is a great tool to figure things out really quickly if you need to. Although, so it's pretty much useful for if you have a known size target and then you want a range to it. But also you could just use a rangefinder. You've got a rangefinder. Otherwise, this MOA mils, if you're like me and you keep everything in mils, it's fine, because then I can just go and this bullet drop side isn't really used per ton, because it's supposed to be like, oh, your bullet dropped 12 inches. How many mils is that? Well, what I do is I just have a scope with a mil reticle, and I go, well, my rounds landed 3 mils short, so I have to aim up 3 mils, and I'm good and on target. It's funny because I go to the range, and if I go to the range during like hunting season, or like right before hunting season, and all the boomers are there zeroing their hunting rifles, they're going and they're firing 5 shots, and then they're like, hey, can I go down and check targets? I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, I'm patient, and I more time to let my barrel cool, whatever, it doesn't matter. And they come back and they fire 5 shots, and they're like, hey, can I go check target? I'm like, okay, fine. Whereas if I need to zero my rifle, I put the target out at 100 meters. I put the scope's already on the rifle. I pull the bolt out. I aim the rifle through the barrel. I look through the barrel at the target, and I fire some rounds. I'll get on paper with that pretty much. The size of my target's at 100 meters. And then I look at the target, because I've got a 25x scope at least, or a 35 now on my other rifle. I can see my spots where I hit, and then I can just put my reticle right on the center of the target where I was aiming and measure how far off I am. And then I make those adjustments in the scope, and then I'm right on. Right dead on, no problems. Instead of having to go down and back. But also, like, if you've got if you're like, oh yeah, I know I'm going to be on paper, but I don't know where, and you fire some shots, you can go down once. You fire a group of 5, go down range once, measure how far to the side and how far up you need to come, up or down you need to come, and then you can just do the math from inches to mils or inches to MOA, and you got it. And you'll get it the first, after 2 strings, just 5 to hit and then 5 to double check. 3 is usually just a few too few, depending on your shooting level and the quality of your ammo. Sniping in video games. Funny enough, I suck at sniping in video games, but I'm a good shot in real life. Not that I'm a sniper in real life, and I never claim to be. G28 and G26 with G18 in between. This is here. So this goes into the lower hole. Oh no, this goes into a cam track. This clamps down on it. Charge them to 0 the rifles for them. Yeah, no. Because the other problem is that they'd probably have like a flinch that they'd be zeroing and accounting for, which you can zero your rifle to change take care of like your flinch a little bit, because like if you pull the trigger consistently and you're consistently pulling your trigger wrong, you'll like consistently be down and left, down and right, depending on how it is. So I'd probably zero it for them, and then they'd go, oh, this isn't right. And in reality, if I get a little too sick of it, I can just tell them, hey, you're off by X mils, because I can spot their shots with my scope. I had one guy at one point where he's looking through his scope and he's trying to zero his rifle, and he's got his target right next to mine, which is always kind of a red flag, because I don't know why people want to put their target so close to mine. They like always do. But he gets to the range, he puts his target right next to mine. I'm like, okay, whatever. If he's a decent shot, it doesn't matter. And we've got completely different looking targets, so there's no way he could mistake my target for his. But I've got a steel target out there, and I'm just kind of goofing off at this point. I've got my iron sighted 22 rifle at 100 yards, and I'd never shot it at 100 yards before. And so I'm like, yeah, let's just try it out. We'll see what happens. And I hold at the top of my steel target. I aim at the head of it, and I fire, and I'm firing from standing. So I'm doing the kind of more Olympic style shooting position while standing. It's fun to do, and it's quite difficult to do as well, which is what makes it fun for me, at least. But I shoot, and I see my round splash to the left of the target. I'm like, okay, there's my 22 splash, and I'm spotting my splashes with the naked eye. Thankfully, it was dry enough weather that it did throw up enough dust to like actually be seen. Like, okay, so I'm off to the side. Let me aim at the right side of the target. So I'll just hold. This is it's a neat trick There's a neat trick that a lot of people don't realize, but if you're like, hey, I know my round's going to the left, I don't know how far to the left, just just aim at the right side of the target. Don't aim to the right of the target, but for your next shot, aim on the right side of the target. That way you typically have a much higher chance of hitting, because if it's wind pushing you around, it'll push it onto the target. And if there's no wind, you'll still hit the target. And that was something that it's like super obvious. It's like, yeah, well, duh. Don't aim off the target unless you know you need to aim off the target. But that was something I didn't really realize until I read it. But I start after like 3 rounds, I'm on target and I'm just nailing it every time. Clink, 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 clink with these 22 rounds. And then I'm seeing the guy next to me out of the corner of my eye. He's shooting, and then he's like looking really hard through his scope at his target. And then he's like taking his cap off, rubbing his head, confused. So then I'm looking at my target and I'm seeing he's splashing the dust, and he's still like putting up huge splashes because he's got a big ass hunting rifle. And he's like, I don't know where I'm hitting. Just the whole time I'm thinking, dude, you're splashing like way off to the right of your target. You're so far off, you're to the right of my target, and my target's on the right of yours. I have gone to the range before and been like, oh, I just put the scope on, and I'm not in a position where I can bore sight it how I'd like to. So what do I do? Well, what I did in that case is I just went to the range. I just set my target up, and then I shot nowhere near my target. I found just like a twig in the berm, and I just shot. I aimed at the twig and I shot, and I looked for the splash. And I'm like, oh, that's where it is. And then I adjusted. I shot again, and my shot was close enough on the twig that it was within what would probably be on the paper. And then I shot at the paper, and I was on paper. Having the ability to call your shot, that is to be able to keep your eyes open after you shoot to spot where it lands, and to also have your eyes open when your trigger breaks so you see where you're actually aiming, is a really important skill. And it's honestly quite hard to learn. It just you need a lot of rounds downrange to learn it. And contrary to popular belief, just because you close your eyes right when you shoot doesn't necessarily mean you flinch. You might be able to pull the trigger, your eyes close in anticipation of the muzzle blast, and then it fires. And when you open your eyes, you're still straight on target. That was me for quite a while. And it's not great, but you'll still shoot pretty well. But you'll shoot a lot better if you can keep your eyes open, look at your target, pull the trigger, and then you can go, shoot, I pulled that to the right, I pulled that to the left. And it teaches you a lot more about what is actually going on. Kevin, you want to put your target next to me? Only if you can keep your rounds on your target. I don't need you shooting my steel target. I paid good money for that steel target. All right. Now we need C. Need C8 and its other copy. This is going to be a little bit of a pain to cut just right. There's that one. I need use the same shoulder on both arms. The Zaku's got that shield. It has three individual fingers and a fourth individual. It's got 4 individual fingers. Holy shit! These new master grades are crazy. And then there is C1, which we can cut close because that's going to be not seen. This is going to be visible. And C5 Galaxy. DCS, please add the C5 Galaxy so I can fly an unwieldily large aircraft that has almost no operational level value because it is a strategic level asset. Actually, I wonder if it is operational level or what. Can't imagine you'd use it for paratroopers because it's so huge. So this gives us an extra view of 2, I think, to show us how it goes on. Oh god, this one's gonna be a little hard because it's a little indented here. So I gotta hit it without scraping elsewhere. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Careful, SpongeBob. Magikoi opening. Magikoi is a fun series. The show was lewd. The visual novel is even lewder. Um, And they really put this one right in the middle, huh? How rude. Hands for free? Hey, King Sloth, how are you? Yep, I do not. I'm not one of those wimps who wears gloves because my fine motor function does not work in gloves. So all I got is a part of a glove that I cut a finger off of to stop me from slicing my thumb with the scalpel. My hands are covered in sprues already. Ugh. I need to wash my hands. Y'all almost got feet on accident in the tweet, but I caught it in the last minute. Yeah, I took a picture of the Zaku box and was about to post it on Twitter when I realized, hey, wait a second, you can see my foot in the picture. So I had to crop it out. Worst timeline. What are you talking about? This is the Steins Gate timeline. This box goes on here. This comes on here. Hydrate. Hydrate with beer or with water? Here. We gotta clean up the other ones. Water. Boo. I'm working with a scalpel. But I've got beer. Delicious, delicious bread water. This visual novel was really good too. If My Heart Had Wings. It's about a high school group that's trying to make a glider, but one of their members is wheelchair bound. Just dropping by real quick. All right, thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good day. I think I actually got this visual novel from, what was it, like a Moa Gamer and Friends bundle on Humble Bundle, back when Humble Bundle was like really, really good. When you'd get a bundle and it actually had a whole bunch of really cool games. Seems like they don't really do too many cool bundles anymore. was always great because you're just like, oh yeah, I can throw you $30 and I get all these games. Hell yeah. I think I also got the Nepify Your Friends bundle. That one was fun. I haven't played through all them. I haven't even finished the first Neptunia game. JRPGs typically aren't my style. They're too grindy. With If My Heart Had Wings, I was pretty impressed with a lot of it too, because they brought up a lot of important, somewhat technical things. Oh, Noodles, you want then? Ara? How you doing, Noodles? Welcome back. I've just been nerding out about random shit this past 4 hours. 4 hours already? Dang. I don't know if we're gonna finish this all in one sitting. You napped, showered, and ate food, and I've just been sitting here covering myself in plastic bits. Talking to myself, pretending that there are people on the other end of this stream. You're still listening? I'm just making a joke that I'm insane and there's secretly no one actually here. The voices in my head tell me that they're here, right? Number says 6 billion people. Hey, it's rude to talk about viewer numbers. Oh, fun fact. This tape here, that was used when I was masking off these buttons. I'm trying to remember how I specifically used it, because I think I used the masking tape over something. Oh no, on this case, I used the masking tape and cut out the letters and stuck them on. Glasses check. That number says 9, but that number said, you said that number says 9 billion people. Aliens are watching me. What? UFOs in stream? What? Huh? Maybe it's time we finally pull up this tape. Ah, is not to be. Not to be at all. The tape was not having it. If removing strain gauges in college taught me anything, it's that you have to pull it. You pull it at just the right angle. Okay, that's not going to work. I've inhaled too much plastic. It's time to move to a ventilated room. I only have 2 rooms in this apartment. And Noodles, I think you missed when I showed my rifle. My rifle. You did? It's okay because it's in pieces right now. There it is, the fancy scope. Serial number on display. Oops. It's the one that's got a new dress coming. Alone. That optic alone hurts you. Yeah, that optic alone is worth more than my entire other rifle with its optic setup. It's a high quality optic. The Ruger American I have has an optic that is really cheap. That optic is worth more than you. Uh, hey man, what is it? The U.S. Values a person at $5 million for the purposes of search and rescue and military recovery. I used to have a friend in high school that had a really awful follow up to that joke that cannot be repeated on stream. Okay, we need an A26, which is this. Hand you your 5 million in cash. All right, but you no longer have access to EMS or search and rescue or anything else. We need C7. C6. That's fine. But what if you have an incident like in Fruit of Greasa where you're in a minibus and you careen off a cliff and everybody starts eating each other? If you die, you die. You jump from the bus, but you're locked in. There's no escape until the windows break. So I got these parts. I got this one. I got these two. Need C2 and C3 for the next step. Buses need emergency exits. Are you just gonna? How are you gonna get from your seat to the emergency exit in the time where your bus is flying off a cliff? That just doesn't sound practical to me. Yeah, it's airborne because you drove off a cliff. See, that's what happens when you drink and drive. I need PC6. This is from Rent a Girlfriend, which is a great show to watch if you want to feel better about your life, because your life is not the steaming pile of shit that Kazusa's is. Hey, it's an Airbus, so you know it flies and drives. Just don't take it off road. Oh, I need C4. Don't we all need a good brick of C4? Kohaku bungee jump or something like that is how you pronounce it. I'll drive you, all right. Drive you nuts. What are you, a steering wheel that's in my pants? For the sake of stream, you cannot answer me. All right, fine. Keep your secrets. On that reference, Bilbo cheated. Who's a Bilbo and how did he cheat? I haven't seen The Hobbit. What's in my pocket? Huh? He found Golem's ring and played a game of riddles, and the question he asked, this winning, but it's cheating. Nowadays, if someone asked that, you could just answer a cell phone and he'd be right. But Bilbo cheated. I don't get what you're talking about. I haven't seen it. Man, remember when Steins Gate was an underrated anime where like nobody had seen it? Good times, good times. Like asking what's in my canteen. Is it water? Vodka? You just don't know. Hey man, he thought outside the box. Don't blame him. If that was against the rules, then Golem should have told him that. Come on. Covered in plastic bits. This is the worst. I think we're gonna finish up these parts we have on the table, and then I'll wrap up. Because I definitely don't want to build this whole thing in one sitting. Sounds like way too much work. You gotta go. All right. Thank you for hanging out, Rain. Have a good one. Worlds, what can I say? Reflections of myself. You've been looking for a reason. The heavy frown I've been wearing around every day. I like to think I just think in pen and ink. Time to write. The fallout from the past, it overwhelms you. He didn't tell you that in God on the page in a rage. 'Cause I'm holding my hand on you, and I'm holding my hand on you. And then out of my hand you flew, then out of my hand you flew. I was terrified, thought you knew. Was terrified, thought you knew. Was turning my back on you. Was turning my back on you, my friend. Every day I'm building worlds, what can I say? What is hiding in your mind? Wait and see. The fallout from the past, it overwhelms you. He didn't tell you that in God on the page in a rage. I'm holding my hand, I'm holding my hand on you. Then out of my hands you flew, then out of my hands you flew. I was terrified, thought you knew. I was terrified, thought you knew. Turning my back on you. Was turning my back on you, my friend. The fallout from the past, it overwhelms you. Didn't tell you that in God on the page in a rage. 'Cause I'm holding my hand on you, and I'm holding my hand on you. And then out of my hand you flew, and out of my hand you flew. I was terrified, thought you knew. Was terrified, thought you knew. Was turning my back on you. Turning my back on you, my friend. How about a half-assed karaoke stream while gunpla building? I'll make a playlist of only songs that I can at least sing 30% of. I'll just sing while we make gunpla. Oh, did my chat get strolled up? It did. Hey, Dandalorian, how are you doing? Nice fingies, thanks. As my model shows on its hands, I frequently injure myself just because I work with my hands a lot. And apparently I just have soft skin, even though I've like got scars all over my hands. My skin never gets tougher. We are short apart. Did I knock it off the table or something? It's C6. This is the C's. C6 is somewhere. Oh, it's right here. Blind. Showing them digits. Yeah, I got 10 digits. Ooh. Despite working in machine shops for like half my life, I still have all 10 digits. Oh, we missed a few parts on this one. Goes on here. There. One goes on here. This goes on here. This goes on the elbow. And this goes on here. All right, so we've done the torso, the head. The head is so cool because it's got this setup where the eye turns. So if I turn this a little bit, the eye will turn with it. So this is like the neck. And so if you have this and you turn the head, the eye will turn as if it's looking. That's really cool. All right. So we got the arms, the torso, the head. We'll probably take another stream to wrap everything up. I'll look at the viewer stats, and if this did okay, we'll do another one of these. And then the next thing I gotta figure out is what we're doing for or when we're doing save the trays. Yeah, I'm gonna put them all back in the box. But the next thing I gotta figure out is when we're doing the painful other stream, the War Thunder stream. Got a hack for later in case I goof. Huh. What? Bring my OBS back down to its regular size, and then we'll find a person to raid. You're bad at explaining things. Get good, man. Who is streaming? That is the question. All right, I want to watch Seb. He's playing Subnautica. We're going to throw a raid in his direction. Got a prawn suit already. He's been playing it for 3 hours. All right, stop raids. Sub. Start the raid. All right, thank you all for watching the thingy stream. I'll catch you. I might do something tomorrow. I don't have anything else going on. But thank you all. I'll see you around. Have a good one.